The meeting of the committee will please come to order. Today we will consider three bills: H.R. 5026, the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Defense Act; H.R. 5019, the Home Star Energy Retrofit Act of 2010; and H.R. 4451, the Collinsville Renewable Energy Promotion Act. But before we turn to these the opening statements on these bills that will be before us, I'd like to ask Ranking Member Barton to introduce the newest member of our committee, Representative Robert Latta, who represents the 5th Congressional District of Ohio. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the recognition. It is my pleasure to welcome the newest minority member of the Energy and Commerce Committee to the committee, Representative Robert Latta, who is actually here today. That's a good start. He actually shows up. He represents the 5th Congressional District of Ohio. He was first elected in the fall of 2007 in a special election to replace the late Paul Gilmore, who was also a member of this committee. Mr. Latta, prior to serving on our committee, has been serving on 3 committees in the House: the Budget Committee, the Transportation Committee, and the Agricultural Committee. Under our rules, he has to give up those committee assignments to serve on this exclusive committee. Prior to being elected to the United States Congress, he was in the Ohio House of Representatives from 2001 to 2007, and in the Ohio Senate before serving in the Ohio House from 1997 to 2001. He's also been a county commissioner, so he has a wide range of state and local, and now as well as federal experience. His father served in the Congress for a number of years. We know his father's probably most famous work is the Graham-Latta Budget Act under President Reagan in the mid-1980s. We're very happy to represent Mr. Latta. He represents a district that is a very diverse district. It's an auto parts supply district. It's the home of the world's largest ketchup plant. So if we ever need any ketchup, I'm sure he can provide that as a district product under our ethics rules. His largest city is Bowling Green, which is the site of the first wind turbines in Ohio. His district is also the home of a former congressman, former president, President Rutherford B. Hayes. While I have the microphone, Mr. Chairman, I also want to acknowledge that Mr. Shimkus is now the ranking member of the Health Subcommittee, and we are going to, at the appropriate time, put Mr. Sullivan on as a member of that same subcommittee. So let's welcome Congressman Robert Latta to the Energy and Commerce Committee.
We're pleased to welcome our new member of the committee, Representative Latta. We're impressed by your background, your genealogy, even your roots all the way to back to Rutherford B. Hayes, and I'm sure you will add a great deal to the deliberations of our committee. Mr. Barton, you have a resolution the committee...
Mr. Chairman, I do have a resolution at the desk concerning the changes in the Republican membership of certain subcommittees in the full committee due to vacancies created by the resignation of Congressman Deal and the election of Mr. Latta by the Republican Steering Committee to this committee.
Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read and adopted. Hearing no objection, that will be the order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to recognize Mr. Latta for brief remarks, if he'd care to do that, and start them out by saying I'll always do what the ranking member tells me to do.
I'll always do what the ranker tells me to do.
There you go.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Barton, thanks very much for the kind words, and I look forward to getting to work here on the committee. I'm excited about it, and representing the largest manufacturing district in the state of Ohio, the 20th largest in the country, also the largest agricultural district. The issues that affect my district come right through this committee, so it's great to be here. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latta. I do want to inform you, Mr. Latta, that you were not under oath when you said you have to vote. You plan to vote the way the ranking, and Mr. Barton said he's under no illusions. Today, the committee considers 3 pieces of legislation to boost building energy efficiency, protect the electric grid, and encourage the development of sustainable hydroelectric power. The first piece of legislation is the Bipartisan Grid Act to protect the electric grid from cyber, electromagnetic, pulse, and physical attacks, as well as from solar storms. Mr. Markey and Mr. Upton formally introduced this bill yesterday as H.R. 5026, but the substance of the bill was forwarded from the Energy and Environment Subcommittee by voice vote with a recommendation that the bill pass. This has been a good bipartisan process. The majority and minority staffs have worked closely together for months to develop this legislation. They have had extensive discussions with interested stakeholders and agencies, and it's been a cooperative process that has produced strong bipartisan legislation. This bipartisan legislation will provide the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission with the authorities it needs to address imminent threats to the electric grid with emergency orders. It also directs the Commission to address longer-term grid vulnerabilities with standards written or approved by the Commission. This is an important national security and grid reliability issue. We've heard from the Defense Department, from former defense secretaries, national security advisors, and CIA directors. They told us that this bill is critical to our national security, and I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. The second bill that will be before us is known as Homestar. The legislation would achieve the dual goals of jump-starting jobs in our construction and manufacturing sector while helping Americans make their homes more energy efficient. This legislation was reported favorably from subcommittee last month and was introduced by Representative Peter Welch just yesterday as H.R. 5019, and I'd like to commend Representative Welch for his hard work in pushing to make this legislation a reality. I'd also like to commend those members whose ideas were incorporated into the bill at subcommittee, including Chairman Markey, Representative Baldwin, Shimkus, and Shadegg. Homestar would establish a rebate program for the installation of energy-efficient home upgrades. These rebates would encourage homeowners to hire contractors to install new heating and air conditioning systems, insulate their homes, and replace drafty windows and doors. This will create jobs, save consumers money, and cut pollution. Homestar has the support of a remarkably broad coalition that ranges from your local contractor to environmentalists to window manufacturers to major trade associations like the National Association of Manufacturers. These groups all support Homestar because it is a common-sense program that's good for the country. During the committee process on this legislation, a number of members have raised the question about how this program would be paid for. It's a good question and one that Congress will need to answer as the legislation moves to the floor. Our job as the authorizing committee is to perfect the language creating the program, which is what we are doing today, and I urge members to help us get to that point by supporting the legislation in the committee. Finally, the third piece of legislation is a bill sponsored by Chris Murphy of Connecticut. This bill would authorize the FERC to reinstate licenses for 2 hydroelectric projects on the Farmington River and to transfer these licenses to the town of Canton, Connecticut. After a private company lost the licenses because it failed to begin construction, the town decided to proceed with these projects, which would use existing dams to generate electricity. Mr. Murphy worked extensively with the relevant agencies and stakeholders on this bill, including Canton and nearby towns, local and national environmental organizations, FERC, and the state regulators. The bill allows FERC to get these projects licensed expeditiously while ensuring that the appropriate environmental analysis is completed and considered. The bill was forwarded from the subcommittee by voice vote with a recommendation that it pass, and I urge my colleagues to support this balanced bill. Today's legislation represents an opportunity for us all to work together. I urge all members to seize that opportunity. Mr. Barton, I want to recognize you for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you holding the markup today on these 3 bills. I think the most important bill that we're going to consider today is the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Defense Act, more commonly known as the GRID Act. As we all know, our electric grid is vulnerable to cyber attack, and if a nation state or terrorist group were to be successful in crippling the grid, it could have devastating consequences for our economy and for national defense. The GRID Act would ensure that both our bulk power system and the infrastructure serving critical defense facilities will be protected to the largest extent possible. This legislation is a result of a bipartisan effort. You've worked on it very strongly, Mr. Chairman, as has Subcommittee Chairman Markey, our ranking subcommittee member, Mr. Upton of Michigan, and myself and others have put some effort into this. I want to commend Congressman Shimkus for his work, also Congressman Dingell. It's my understanding that Chairman Dingell is going to have a colloquy with you and perhaps others about the authority that we give the FERC and what they have to do in terms of consultation with NERC. It's my understanding that as a result of conversations yesterday, you are going to offer a manager's amendment that incorporates some of the suggested changes that Mr. Dingell, Mr. Shimkus, myself, Mr. Upton, and others have suggested. The cyber bill is a good bill and is worthy of support, in my opinion, by all members on both sides of the aisle. The Homestar Energy Retrofit Act, Mr. Chairman, the second piece of legislation, is certainly a strong bill. Those that have sponsored it and worked on it have worked very hard to try to improve it. As you pointed out, Mr. Chairman, some of us on our side and perhaps some on your side still have concerns about the cost of this bill. The $6 billion authorization is an improvement over such sums as necessary. I will also admit that it is the same number that is in the Senate in an era of $1.5 trillion annual deficits. I'm not sure that $6 billion, though, is the right number. Mr. Griffith is going to have an amendment to reduce that to $1 billion. If that's not successful, my guess is that somebody on this side of the aisle will offer an amendment to reduce the authorization level to $3 billion. In whatever we recognize, I recognize this is a good faith effort. There are many good components of the legislation. A number of Republicans have indicated to me they're prepared to support it. I'm still ambivalent, although I do support the underlying issues that the primary sponsor has put into the effort. The third bill is a hydro relicensing bill. It's somewhat controversial, although at the bottom line it does appear that there is support in the community for giving the license to the city as opposed to the individual who's had it for a number of years and chosen or not been able to go forward with the hydroelectric project in that area. With that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to the markup and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. I now wish to recognize the chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, Mr. Markey, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Today we have two bills of critical national importance before us. Let's start with the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Defense, or GRID Act. Right now, the electric grid is highly vulnerable to cyber or other attacks by terrorists or hostile countries. Our adversaries are actively probing these weaknesses and already have the capacity to exploit them. The consequences of such an attack could be devastating. The commercially operated grid provides power to 99% of our defense facilities. Every one of our nation's critical civilian systems, water, communications, healthcare, transportation, law enforcement, and financial services, depends on the grid. In the course of developing the GRID Act, I chaired a hearing and convened a classified member briefing, both of which highlighted these issues in dramatic terms. This week, we received a letter from a bipartisan group of former secretaries of defense, CIA directors, secretaries of energy, and other high-ranking national security officials. The letter emphasizes the critical importance of this bill to our nation's security. It also underscores the imperative that we maintain the bill's integrity in order for it to be effective. These officials' number one priority is preserving the authority the GRID Act gives FERC to act quickly and directly to address emerging grid security vulnerabilities before an emergency arises. The Defense Department has underscored the same views in discussions with our staffs. This bill is the product of months of bipartisan work. My staff, the staff of Chairman Waxman and Ranking Members Barton and Upton. It reflects important work on this issue by other members, including Mr. Dingell, Mr. Barrow, Mr. Burgess, Mr. Shimkus on this committee, and Chairman Benny Thompson, Yvette Clark, and others on the Homeland Security Committee. And it shows that when it comes to the nexus between national security and energy, all Americans agree we must chart a more secure path. Now let's turn to Homestar. This bill addresses three critical issues. The first is reducing the 27% unemployment in the construction sector by creating 168,000 new jobs. The second is helping homeowners save $9.2 billion on their energy bills. And the third is saving, by 2011 alone, an amount of electricity equivalent to 4 300-megawatt power plants and an amount of natural gas and home heating oil the equivalent of 6.8 million barrels of heating oil. Last month, at the subcommittee, we had a hearing on Homestar. Governor Engler of the National Association of Manufacturers said Homestar would spur manufacturing and contracting jobs in the United States. The CEO of Owens Corning explained that over 2/3 of U.S. homes are under-insulated, and most people will not improve their home's energy efficiency without financial incentives. The Department of Energy promised that Homestar will run more efficiently than the wildly popular Cash for Clunkers program. The CEO of Masco Home Services said Homestar will help make energy efficiency as glamorous as granite countertops. Since we marked up Homestar at subcommittee, we've made several improvements to the bill at the request of Mr. Boucher and others. We have included rebates for advanced window film that improves energy efficiency. At subcommittee, we pledged to work with the Republican staff on a sunset provision for the Homestar program. I am pleased to report that we have addressed that issue in an amendment that Chairman Waxman will introduce, along with other provisions that we have negotiated with the Republican staff. This bill reflects bipartisanship at the member and staff level. Today, we have the opportunity to advance two outstanding bills. One will keep our families safe. One will help families save money. Both are of critical importance to the country. And I want to conclude by especially thanking Congressman Welch from Vermont for his long-standing commitment to the Homestar concept and the work which he has done to bring us to this day. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Markey. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Upton, for his opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you calling this markup today, and I'm pleased to say that the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Grid Act is the result of very strong bipartisan collaboration between the full committee and subcommittee chairman and ranking members. I especially want to note the good work of Chairman Markey to make sure that this bill moves forward. The legislation is imperative to protect the nation and is clearly a national security issue, as a number of us have seen on both sides of the aisle through the classified briefings that we've had over the last several years. We have examined the issue of grid security, focusing on the vulnerability in electric generator controlled systems, which could allow remote access, enabling a bad actor, a really bad actor, to remotely destroy a generator. We do live in a dangerous world. There are bad actors that really want to do serious damage. The economic and national security impact of a coordinated attack on our electric infrastructure would be substantial. This bill seeks to fill as many security gaps as possible. The threats that we face are much too serious and abundant to only address a small portion of our vulnerability. The stakes could not be higher. The legislation will make our nation significantly more secure. Security of our nation's energy infrastructure from attack is one of the most important issues that this committee will address. It's not an issue that we can take lightly. Energy literally powers our economy. The bipartisan legislation is a step in the right direction to protect our critical energy and defense infrastructure, and I would hope that the Senate will act quickly. We're also addressing the proposed Homestar Cash for Caulkers legislation today, and I would like to thank Chairman Markey for working with us to include the Home Builders Institute in connection with Ferris State University as part of the workforce certification program. I've always been a proponent of an all-of-the-above energy policy. All of the above isn't just about all sources of energy. It includes conservation and energy efficiency. Upgrading energy efficiency in homes clearly is the low-hanging fruit in reducing overall energy demand and has added benefit of directly lowering home energy bills, which is of critical importance for working families struggling to get by. I support energy efficiency, and there are bipartisan ways to create incentives for home energy efficiency upgrades, but this particular legislation isn't quite right. The Homestar legislation that we're looking at today is far too expensive at a time of massive budget deficits and runaway spending. There is no pay-for included in this legislation. It's another $6 billion that we're going to have to borrow from the Chinese or somebody else. Another $6 billion plus interest that our children and grandchildren are going to have to pay back. So in conclusion, the Department of Energy is not equipped to run a program of this magnitude. According to the GAO, only 9,100 out of a planned 593,000 homes were weatherized in 2009. Nationally, about $522 million in stimulus funds have been spent so far on weatherization. That's only 10% of the $5 billion that was set aside for DOE. Clearly, more money is not the issue. Yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Upton. Chair now recognizes Chairman Emeritus John Dingell for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, my colleagues will be delighted. I have no opening statement. I would simply observe my dad always taught me that if I couldn't improve one's silence, I ought not talk. Thank you for your courtesy.
Thank you, Mr. Dingell. Now we'll recognize members in order of seniority for 3-minute opening statements if they wish to give one. And without objection, any member who wishes to insert an opening statement in the record will be permitted to do so. Without objection, that's the order. Yes, Mr. Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm probably going to echo some of the comments that have already been said. I think this is an important hearing. As mentioned by others, that the systems that we had for the infrastructure were pretty much closed, but now are increasingly connected to open networks like corporate intranets and the Internet. And this transition towards widely used technologies and openly connectivity exposes control systems to the ever-present cyber risks that exist in the information technology world. So the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Defense Act, I think, goes a long way in addressing the vulnerability of this nation because of this problem. So I commend the majority for working in a bipartisan fashion to put this bill together. Also, I'd like to talk about the bipartisanship and commend the majority, particularly John Jameson, for working with the National Association of Realtors to codify language in the Manager's Amendment of the Homestar Energy retrofit legislation that explicitly states that the Homestar program cannot be used to implement a mandatory home energy labeling program. This change significantly improves the legislation, notwithstanding the fact that a lot of us are concerned about the cost of this. Many of us realize the cash for clunkers started out very small amount. It went to $1 billion, then it became $3 billion. So now this program is $6 billion, and originally it was as such sums as may required. So now it possibly could even go higher than $6 billion, and we really have no way to determine how much ultimately it's going to cost, and more importantly, where are we going to get the money to pay for it. So I think, well, if we look at the economy, look at how much bailout has been occurring in this Congress, I think many of the taxpayers will say, why are you doing this bailout again, notwithstanding it has some very important aspects to the bill. The last bill we'll be marking up is the Collinsville Renewable Energy Promotion Act. This non-controversial piece of legislation authorized FERC to reinstate 2 terminated hydroelectric licenses and transfer them to the town of Canton, Connecticut after an updated environmental assessment is completed. I think my colleagues will will join me in supporting this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Stearns. Mr. Rush?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you, Mr. Markey, and your very capable and hardworking staffs for the great effort you have all demonstrated in working with my office to ensure that we include tangible benefits in the Homestar program for all of our constituents, including low-income communities such as the one that I am honored to represent. I must also thank my friend and colleague, the Congressional Black Caucus Chairman Barbara Lee, and her great staff for working with my office to improve the Homestar bill and to strengthen its provisions. I would be remiss if I did not thank the Homestar Coalition, which consists of many friends and allies of my office, including Green for All, Change the Wind, Labor, and all of the other important partners who collaborated with my staff and the committee to strengthen the Homestar bill and the Homestar program. I am pleased to point to several provisions within the bill that would directly benefit my constituents, including the quality assurance framework, training and employment opportunities for low-income families and workers, and aggressive outreach and financial assistance for our most vulnerable communities to help them take advantage of the energy and money-saving retrofit opportunities contained in this bill. The Homestar program will establish a quality assurance framework that will incentivize participating states to develop a high-quality energy retrofit industry with components to achieve significant job training, worker employment, and best practices standards, and also adequate consumer protections. The quality assurance framework contains programs that are explicitly intended to train and assist targeted workers from chronically low-income and underemployed communities in finding energy efficiency retrofit programs and employment. Additionally, the Homestar program will require participating states to undertake particular efforts to provide financing in public use microdata areas with above-average rates of unemployment and underemployment to make sure we're bringing relief to those constituents who need it most and providing low-income individuals and minority and women-owned firms access to residential retrofit employment and business opportunity. Mr. Chairman, due to all the hard work you and your staff put into improving this very worthwhile program, I fully support the bill, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make two brief comments. First, on cybersecurity, I think all of us support the purpose of this bill. Many of us are concerned about the additional authority given to FERC, and I certainly look forward to the colloquy that Mr. Dingell is going to have with you on that issue. As far as Homestar legislation, I also would like to commend Mr. Welch for his stellar work on this legislation, which does emphasize conservation and energy efficiency. I'm going to support the bill in committee today, but if it goes to the floor and it is not paid for, I'm not going to be able to support it because I think we do have to get serious about these costs. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. Ms. Escher, do you have an opening statement?
I'll just be very brief, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for calling this markup. These are really important bills, and I want to salute Representatives Welsh and Murphy for their work. Certainly, Mr. Markey, who's always on top of these things. I think each one represents a real win. For consumers and homeowners and the jobs that it will create in terms of decreasing energy use, create domestic jobs that can't be outsourced, and to the upgrades that are going to take place in our country. in my district in Silicon Valley, people are constantly providing me with updates on their work to retrofit buildings. So I'm really proud that my own office, my district office, was completely retrofitted and is now green certified by the Bay Area Green Business Program. It might very well be the first congressional office in the country that bears that designation. So as a member of the House Intelligence Committee, certainly anything that we can do to increase the protection of our country, our national security on the issue of cyber security is absolutely essential. So I want to welcome Mr. Latta to the committee and congratulate John Shimkus on his new ranking member status. And I look forward to providing votes to put these bills over the top. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eshoo. Mr. Shimkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll too be brief. I do want to thank Chairman Markey for listening to some of the concerns we had in the markup addressing the pulses emitted from nuclear devices. I mean, that's, if you're really serious about security, I think that has to be a provision. Also addressing this FERC-NERC thing, I would appeal to NERC and to the DOD to get their act together and start talking to each other. I think that would go a long way in helping alleviate what we perceive as some miscommunication between the two, and there should not be. I also want to thank Congressman Welch for including and during the markup the inclusion of the geothermal aspects of the bill. Of course, we continue to have concerns about authorizations and spending, but I think that's a great provision, and I know he's working very, very diligently on that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Stupak. No opening statement. Mr. Gett. Statement of the record. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Pitts.
Thank you for calling today's markup on these important bills. I'm very pleased we've worked in a bipartisan fashion on the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Defense Act. I think it's of utmost importance and pleased to support it today. Due to the nature of our infrastructure, it's no surprise that reports of cyber vulnerabilities and threats to the grid have only increased recently. Additionally, it has become apparent that our electric grid is vulnerable to cyber attack by terrorists or other nations. Clearly, there's a need to better protect our national grid. I believe the bill will help us achieve that. The bill will amend the Federal Power Act to add a new section giving FERC new authorities to protect the electric grid against cyber and other threats and vulnerabilities. And in addition, subsection B of the new section gives FERC authority to issue emergency orders if the President notifies the Commission that a grid security threat exists and seeks to better protect our critical defense facilities, which is extremely important. I appreciate the work that has gone into the bill and believe the manager's amendment makes the language even stronger. Regarding the Homestar legislation, there are many promising aspects to it. I believe that it is crucial that Congress focuses on creating a climate produces and promotes job creation. I also believe that sound energy efficiency measures will certainly help decrease the amount of greenhouse gas emissions in our atmosphere. However, I'm greatly concerned about the price tag on the bill. In addition, no pay-for has been identified. So while I'm supportive of the intent of the bill, I do believe that we need to proceed very cautiously. And in closing, I want to welcome Representative Latta to the committee, and again, congratulate Mr. Shimkus on becoming a ranking member of the Health Subcommittee. Look forward to working with both of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Ms. Harman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had hoped to be here for the debate on the manager's amendment where I would enter into a colloquy with you, but I'll have to leave shortly for a while. So let me just make my general point as part of my opening remarks. I support all three bills strongly. I think that the grid security bill is very critical for reasons that Mr. Markey has laid out carefully. But some of us from California, including you, Mr. Chairman, remember a few years back when California was having rolling blackouts and FERC disappointed us. And that is why, as we give them more power, I want to make sure that FERC will exercise that power wisely. And that is why I want to be sure that, especially if the threats to our grid come from terror sources, that FERC is lashed up totally with our intelligence community. I know this is a view that Ms. Eshoo would share, and that it consults with the right experts in the intelligence community to make certain that what it does and when it does it is consistent with the best possible information. We learned from the 9/11 terror attacks that our national security is best served when agencies work closely together and share information. The left hand must know what the right hand is doing. So, Mr. Chairman, I had hoped to talk to you about this a little bit later, but my question to you is that will this committee, to the extent it can, make every effort to assure that FERC will work closely with our full intelligence community in order to make the wisest decisions when it employs the powers we give it under this legislation?
Well, if you yield to me on your time.
I will yield to you.
I fully agree with your statement. I would expect the President to rely upon his advisors with relevant expertise, and surely that would include those with intelligence expertise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Eshoo, too, for nodding. I'm the only person on this committee who serves both on this and the Homeland Security Committee, where I chair the Intelligence Subcommittee, and it is reassuring to hear that we are also focused on the intelligence component of this. I strongly support these bills and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The record will reflect that there was a nod from Ms. Eshoo in the affirmative. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Terry. Who seeks? Yes, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the bills before us today, it's kind of a mixed bag. There's some good, there's some bad, there's some ugly. I'm pleased that we're finally, after years of discussion, moving forward with a bill that will protect our electric grid from cyber attacks. Members of this committee have repeatedly been briefed on the vulnerabilities and the weaknesses in the security of the power grid, and I will just tell you, there has not been a break that has occurred in congressional activity, whereas as we leave, that I have not been concerned, well, will this be the time that we wish we had actually accomplished this? So I'm glad we are moving forward with that. We've been shown through investigations that a virtual attack on our generation and production plants is easier than any of us could have anticipated. Enemies of this country, and yes, there are enemies of this country, both rogue and nation-state supported, are evolving their tactics at exponential speeds. Our government must have the tools to respond at even faster speeds. While I am typically not in favor of expanding the federal role in any area of our lives where it traditionally has not already been, I believe we must discuss how the President and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission can take a greater role in protecting the security of the grid. I do thank Chairman Waxman and Subcommittee Chairman Markey and their staff for working with Republican staff to address a concern I expressed at the hearing and the subcommittee markup of earlier drafts of this bill. Expanding presidential authority should always and only be done with a firm focus on maintaining a balance and separation of powers. Prudent steps to prevent consolidation of power include requiring congressional notification and placing a one-year limit on declaring a national emergency. Congressional oversight is something every member of the legislative branch should favor and defend. I appreciate Chairman Waxman's inclusion of these provisions in the manager's amendment, and I look forward to moving the legislation toward final passage. The next two bills, I'm not sure that either is ready for prime time. One is bad and one is truly bad. The Homestar legislation, we heard from, we've heard over and over again, the Department of Energy has not spent the funds that were made available to it in the stimulus bill. Before we go about authorizing and appropriating additional money, we should ask why those funds are not being used for this. I support renewal. I support efficiency measures. No one on this committee should be in favor of wasting energy, but we also should not be in favor of wasting money. It's April 15th, tax day. We should spend the taxpayers' dollar wisely. We've already appropriated money with the stimulus bill. Let's use that money for this purpose. Finally, regarding the last piece of legislation, the Collinsville Renewable Energy Act, my office received a letter, which I assume was sent to all members of this committee. And, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to insert this into the record from a Mr. Broach from Summit Hydro LLC, protesting the findings of this bill and asking that the permits not be transferred. This legislation is not non-controversial, as we were led to believe. we should at least have a legislative hearing on something of this nature before we kick this thing to the floor. Again, it's April 15th. We're taking the people's money against their will, and now we're involved in what appears to be an illegal taking of a private property in a community. We took over the car companies, we took over your doctor's office, and now we're coming to your community to interfere in what really should be a private business transaction. This committee has no business doing this, and if it is as it seems, we should have at least had a legislative hearing before moving this bill. I will adamantly oppose the passage of this bill, both here in the committee and on the floor of the House, and I will make certain that the concerns brought to my attention by Mr. Brochar are fully vetted before the floor has an opportunity to pass this bill. And I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Without objection, your request to insert documents into the record will be agreed to. Mr. Inslee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for everyone who's been working on these bills. I just want to make a comment about the need to pay for the Homestar bill and our other energy issues. I just want to make the point that our failure to really embrace energy efficiency has a cost as well. We are now involved in 2 wars that will cost probably over $1 trillion to the U.S. taxpayer, in part because we do not have a truly effective energy efficiency program in this country that could starve some of our enemies of the oil revenues that they heretofore have been receiving from us. And that cost to us, to the taxpayer, is as a result of our failure to have an energy policy. I saw an analysis done the other day by a group of it's a veterans organization that are urging the U.S. Congress to pass a meaningful energy program. And they have a little message, which is basically, if we pass a meaningful energy program of energy efficiency in this country, we will reduce the export of $100 million a day to Iran. And we are all very concerned about Iran's situation in the world, and the best, most effective weapon we have is maybe the Homestar program and other energy efficiency programs. So these programs do have costs. We do want to pay for them, but I do want to make the point that we are now supporting 2 major wars that are all deficit spending, that at their root are as a result of our failure to have an energy policy. So I hope we'll move this bill and continue to work on the fiscal aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Inslee. Mr. Murphy from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know people are raising questions about how to pay for this Homestar legislation. In many ways, it'll save a lot of money from reducing energy inefficiencies. But there are some pay-for options we can have. And one is a bill that I've introduced along with Congressman Jim Costa of California, and that's H.R. 2227, the American Conservation and Clean Energy Independence Act. It's a bipartisan comprehensive legislation that has the potential to create 1.2 million jobs or more per year and $8 trillion in additional economic output. Now that the President states that he supports drilling for United States oil and U.S. natural gas off U.S. federal waters in the Outer Continental Shelf, this bill would actually say we could dedicate the money, which would be between $2.2 and $3.7 trillion in federal lease revenues, and put it towards coastal states, non-renewable, clean energy technology funds, conservation efforts, low-income heating assistance. It would be the largest investment in our infrastructure in our history and be the bridge to true energy independence in clean air, land, and water. Specifically related to programs like Homestar, this bill would direct as much as $440 billion over several years of the lease revenues and royalties to fund programs like Homestar and other programs to vastly improve energy conservation and efficiency in our factories, farms, offices, and homes through deployment of energy-efficient products. The problems with any tax incentives as they are is fundamental. Where do we get the money? Raising the deficit is not the answer. Borrowing from China is not the answer. Sending hundreds of billions more to OPEC is not the answer. And blocking opportunities for U.S. independence is not the answer. What is the answer is using our resources for exploration, generation, transmission, and conservation of energy. And all this costs money, but we can do this with bills like 2227. We can also do some things such as in this Homestar bill, which are some passive elements which we oftentimes do not think of. Many times when we're looking at areas such as reducing emissions, we think of very active programs with a lot of technology for homes and office buildings. But many times they're passive solutions as well. I think it was the Energy Secretary said that that having white roofs on some buildings would reduce emissions to the tune of the same as reducing cars on the road for 11 years. But There's another one, too, which I'm pleased was included in this bill, allowing homeowners to save energy costs by receiving rebates for awnings and canopies. The University of Minnesota Center for Sustainable Building Research found that awnings and canopies can reduce energy consumption by 20% or more of air conditioning cooling costs. Not only does this lower homeowners' energy bills, but it reduces our emissions from energy production and dependence on foreign energy sources. And the good news is a lot of these projects are made in the U.S. from American-made fabrics, aluminum, steel, such as family-owned businesses that manufacture and install these products. I'm pleased that one company in my district, Mount Lebanon Awning Company in Collier Township, employs 20 people to do this. It helps create local jobs and also save energy. I thank the Chairman and his staff for working with me on this simple and cost-effective way to meet our energy needs. By enabling Americans to retrofit their homes with energy-efficient products and technology, the Homestar Bill will help our country reduce its energy consumption, leading to a cleaner environment. And I hope in this future, this committee will also consider bills like the bipartisan 2227 to help pay for the kind of directions we need to be taking with a full energy policy for America. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we are considering 3 bills, and I'll focus my comments on 2 of them, the one that addresses our nation's security, grid security, and the other that puts Americans back to work while improving energy efficiency. The threat of someone with evil intent accessing the control systems of electric generators or other grid infrastructure presents a very substantial concern. These attacks, perpetrated with the intent to disrupt service in the short term or wreak long-term havoc by damaging equipment, could have a catastrophic impact not only on our national security but also clearly our economic security. And I appreciate the Chairman and ranking members' efforts in working together to address the security of the grid. I will also repeat for the full committee what I said in the subcommittee concerning my interest in working on ways to incentivize the domestic production of large transformers. Large transformers are a necessary component of our grid infrastructure, and currently they are exclusively manufactured outside the United States. And replacement, we are told, can take up to 2 years. So incentivizing the transformer industry to manufacture domestically would certainly protect our national security in numerous ways, including preventing persons at overseas manufacturing plants from having access to control system schematics and even software program passwords. It would also clearly create domestic jobs. Although there are barriers to designing a program that incentivizes domestic manufacturing of these large transformers, I'm open to any ideas that my colleagues may have to develop this critical market, and I appreciate Ms. Sutton's interest in this arena as well. On the Homestar program, I thank the committee for working with me to address some concerns that I have raised. There are some issues that remain, namely that as this bill is implemented, we must assure that states like Wisconsin, where there is an abundance of small contractors with under 20 employees, that they are not elbowed out by the big box retail stores who are better equipped to pass on some of the costs of implementing this bill, the various certification requirements and fees. Small contractors are particularly sensitive to burdensome certification requirements and high administrative fees. That said, overall, the Homestar program will create jobs and improve energy efficiency, and it's exactly the type of investment our 21st century clean energy economy needs. So I thank my chairman for bringing these bills to a vote today, and yield back my remaining time.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Gingrey, do you wish to be recognized?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. As we proceed through this markup today, we are all once again reminded of the vital importance of energy, not only to our way of life, but to our security. With respect to the GRID Act, our first and foremost obligation is to ensure sufficient safeguards against threats to our electricity production and distribution infrastructure. As the threats to this technology become more advanced, we must ensure that our safeguards rise to meet the challenge. Once again, we find ourselves with the responsibility to balance the need for enhanced security with the ability of the productive sector to meet its demands while providing consumers with an optimal product at an optimal price. While there's recognition that challenges posed by threats to our system may require greater preemption and oversight by FERC, it's my express hope that as we move forward, we keep a keen eye to this balance and that we provide our producers and innovators with reasonable opportunities to rise and meet these challenges in a manner that will be beneficial to our energy security, but also to consumers' pocketbooks. Mr. Chairman, with respect to the Homestar Energy Retrofit Act of 2010, I respect the goals and the aim of this bill. I do, however, have concerns, as some of my colleagues have expressed, about how to pay the $6 billion price tag that accompanies it. On this tax day, we should all take heed at the growing mountain of national debt and recognize that even the most laudable of spending initiatives must still be paid for, even as we accept the optimism of dynamic scoring expressed by our colleague from Oregon. Maybe this program indeed will be just as successful as the Bush tax cuts of 2001 and 2003 were. The static scoring, of course, was a cost of $1.3 trillion. And in the final analysis, we brought in about $250 billion more revenue because those tax cuts resulted in small business men and women creating more jobs, more people paying taxes, albeit at a lower rate. So I agree with Mr. Inslee in regard to dynamic scoring. But obviously we have different rules and we have to pay for these things. So that's my concern in regard to this bill. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gentleman. Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for proceeding with markup today on these three important bills. I intend to vote for each one of them. You know, Mr. Chairman, in my congressional district some years ago, several of our municipalities entered into what we call a collective power arrangement that at the time made a lot of sense. It was a wise decision. But now that collective decision is biting most of these communities. Our electric bills are nearly double the state's average. This Homestar legislation today will be a tremendous benefit to the people of my district. A recent report by Duke University, and many of my friends have heard of Duke University, they're the reigning champions, also Georgia Tech, indicates that by adopting policies similar to these in the Homestar program, Southerners can save up to $41 billion on their electric bills. Yes, that's $41 billion that can be saved. This is money that is sorely needed by people in the district who are struggling to pay their bills. Today, unfortunately, the money is literally blowing out of the door, blowing out of the window. This bill can help fix that problem. And so I intend to vote for the bill and thank Mr. Welch and Mr. Murphy for their work. Before closing, Mr. Chairman, let me just thank the committee leadership and Congressman Rush for working to make sure that this bill offers a real opportunity for minority contractors and low-income communities to participate. These communities have been hard hit by the recession, and they need a significant share of the government's investment to achieve stability. Finally, as for the GRID Act, I'm glad to see continuing bipartisan support to ensure reliability against attacks to our bulk power system. This is a national security threat and deserves our collective effort. As always, we must work to ensure the reliability of the grid and without placing undue burden on the ratepayer. This means maintaining open lines of communication between the public and private entities involved in grid reliability. Open communication will help to make expectations very clear, prevent roadblocks, and make this effort more cost-effective for the ultimate financier, who is the ratepayer. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Scalise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the chairman and working with ranking members Barton and Upton to create bipartisan legislation, the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Defense Act. And I'm also pleased to hear that both sides have worked to improve the Homestar Energy Retrofit Act. Specifically, I would like to thank the chairman for working with Republicans to incorporate in the manager's amendment, language that I offered in subcommittee to make sure that the National Association of Home Builders is included within the definition of certified workforce. I think this common sense amendment will improve the legislation and the program significantly. I think the goals of the Homestar Energy Retrofit Act are admirable, and I look forward to continuing to work with this committee and Congressman Welch to focus on becoming more energy efficient and putting Americans back to work, but also while being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. I would also like to hope that our committee would not limit this action on energy policies to the bills before us today, but to actually begin creating a comprehensive energy policy that allows us to open up the vast natural resources of America so that we can finally begin to decrease our dependence on Middle Eastern oil. Well, I was pleased to hear the announcement by the administration over the recess to open up some areas of our outer continental shelf that are currently off limits to energy development. That same announcement also closed off billions of barrels of known oil and gas reserves, setting American energy production back by at least 4 years. In addition, the EPA continues to pursue their radical agenda to regulate greenhouse gases and shut down the natural gas production in America by threatening the safe hydraulic fracturing technology. This administration must take the next step to issue a strong 5-year leasing plan and must include improvements in the current revenue sharing structure by providing enhanced and immediate revenue sharing for states willing to contribute to America's energy security. This decision will allow access to billions of barrels of American oil and trillions of cubic feet of clean-burning American natural gas while creating thousands of good jobs. And I would encourage the President and this Congress to continue to recognize the benefits of harnessing the potential of our own natural resources. The only way to reduce our dependence on Middle Eastern oil is to implement a comprehensive national energy policy like the American Energy Act, of which I co-sponsor, which embraces an all-of-the-above strategy to create millions of high-paying energy jobs in America, would generate billions of dollars to pay down our national debt, and would reduce our dependence on Middle Eastern oil. I look forward to working with this committee as we pursue these goals. I would also like to welcome Mr. Latta to the committee. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scalise. Mr. Barrow.
I thank the chair, but inspired and fortified by the example of the chairman emeritus, I will waive an opening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow. We would then go to Mr. Griffith.
I'd like to thank the chair and the ranking member for calling this markup so that our committee can discuss 3 pieces of legislation today. But also like to take a quick moment to thank Mr. Latta. Warm welcome. Congratulations. You've made me almost a senior member here on the committee. Thank you. I applaud the work of both the majority and minority staffs in putting together the grid security legislation. In our current environment, our nation faces a myriad of threats from both overseas and at home. Few are as pervasive and potentially harmful as the threat of an attack against our nation's electric grid. If well orchestrated, it has the potential to plunge many of our geographic areas, maybe all, into darkness and chaos. We must be adequately protected from such an attack, and I think this legislation takes great steps to protect this critical infrastructure. Additionally, I believe that energy efficiency is an important step in making our country less dependent on foreign oil. However, we must be fiscally responsible when considering these proposals. The cataclysmic event of rising interest rates and a stagnant and increasing unemployment rate could have huge consequences as far as our ability to recover from the deepest and widest recession that we've ever experienced. As we consider the Homestar legislation today, I am pleased with the changes that we made in subcommittee, yet I still have great concerns with regard to the cost. I thank Subcommittee Chairman Markey and his staff for their willingness to work with my staff and the minority staff to resolve the issue of sunset of funding. And I am pleased that the sunset has been included in the manager's amendment. I look forward to the debate on this legislation today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Engel, did you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we're considering legislation to promote the noble goals of creating jobs, promoting energy efficiency, and protecting the electric grid. Too many Americans are unemployed or underemployed, and our nation needs a bold effort to create jobs and to improve the economy. To be sure, with President Obama's guidance, we have achieved some important successes. We've prevented the financial system from collapsing, saved America's auto industry from extinction, avoided a depression, and overhauled our failing healthcare system. But we must not rest. Our work is still not completely done. Americans, and in particular middle-class Americans, are still hurting. We must remain focused on revitalizing our economy. A smart and effective way to create jobs, I believe, is through home retrofits. We can incentivize consumers to weatherize their homes and thus put our idle contractors and construction workers to work. In turn, many households would save substantial money, not to mention help the climate by weatherizing their homes. The Home Star program is a good one. It's well thought out, and I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. On the issue of grid security, new cyber threats emerge every day. They're becoming more sophisticated and more of a threat to national security. A coordinated attack on the grid could literally shut down the U.S. economy, putting lives at risk and costing tens of billions of dollars. I've worked very closely with the New York Power Authority, the New York Independent Service Operators, Mayor Bloomberg, and the governor in trying to take care of this very, very important issue of grid security. We must protect the infrastructure and systems that keep our nation and our economy running smoothly. The U.S. power grid is one of our most valuable assets, and through this legislation, we're taking the steps necessary to ensure its safety. I encourage a yes vote on the bill, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your courtesy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Latta?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I don't have an opening statement, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Hill, do you wish to waive it? Ms. Matsui?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Home Star Energy Retrofit Act would help reduce unemployment in the construction sector while allowing families nationwide to improve the energy efficiency of their homes. Specifically, it would establish a $6 billion rebate program. That is in keeping with the ongoing actions being made in the Sacramento region to meet its air quality objectives, reduce its carbon footprint, lower families' utility bills, and create jobs. And as we are all aware, the world has become critically reliant on digital communications, making it even more critically important that the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of our utility systems and data, including those assets of the bulk power system, are protected from cyber threats. Toward that end, I'm pleased that we're considering the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Defense Act, which would expand the capability of existing regulatory authorities that respond to threats aimed toward our power system. I fully recognize the need to improve the transfer of information between the federal government and the utility industry. However, it is my understanding that the public power utilities, including the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, continue to hold reservations about the perceived expansion of regulatory authority and the impacts of taking such action. I will be supporting passage of the GRID Act and am committed to working with my colleagues going forward to ensure the timely, effective elimination of key vulnerabilities to the electricity grid. In addition, I look forward to considering legislation that will reinstate terminated licenses for the Upper and Lower Collinsville Dams hydroelectric projects in Connecticut. And I join my colleagues in welcoming Mr. Latta to the committee. Mr. Chairman, I thank you again for calling up today's markup. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Matsui. Ms. Christensen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to submit my opening statement for the record.
Thank you. Ms. Christensen, then we have Mr. Green. Thank you very much, Mr. Green. Ms. Castor?
Thank you, Chairman Waxman, for your leadership of this committee and your efforts to protect and conserve our valuable energy assets and to promote our national security. I support the bills before us today and the progress they make in achieving our national energy goals. I'd like to thank my colleagues for working in a bipartisan manner, particularly Congressman Markey and Congressman Welch. Due to their efforts, the bills move us closer to the day we can declare our energy independence. The GRID Act is important. Cyber threats are on the rise in the United States and abroad. Electric facilities are critical assets for our community, and unfortunately, they're obvious targets for disrupting our daily lives. And in the age of broadband, these threats are amplified. According to DHS, if a grid system is connected to the internet or operating on a wireless frequency, it can and will be exploited. So we need to give the appropriate authorities, including FERC and the President, the ability to act on threats to our critical electric infrastructure. This legislation would identify the vulnerabilities in our grid system and ensure the appropriate reliability standards are in place to prevent an attack. The Home Star Energy Retrofit Act of 2010 is another bill that strengthens our energy security. Study after study shows that conservation and efficiency efforts yield big energy savings, both in terms of lowering the cost of the family utility bill and reducing global emissions. Southern states, including Florida, are the largest consumers of energy, so we could benefit tremendously from such efforts. And Congressman Butterfield, I also saw the study yesterday put out by Georgia Tech and Duke universities, which found that aggressive energy efficiency initiatives could reduce energy bills by $41 billion in the South by 2020. On top of that, the study estimated that such policies could create over 200,000 jobs in the region over the next 10 years. The Homestar Act will implement exactly the kind of aggressive policies identified in this study. It will incentivize energy efficiency retrofits through a generous rebate program and will put people to work in construction and manufacturing. This is the kind of energy and jobs agenda we can all support. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I think the greatest resource available to us on just about any initiative is citizen participation. I want to congratulate Congressman Welch, particularly with respect to the Homestar bill. Whenever we create new space for citizens to jump into and take things to the next level, we guarantee the success of the enterprise. I think we're going to see that with this retrofitting initiative and efficiency initiative, and I'm excited about it. I look forward to putting some of these retrofits into my own home going forward. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this markup. I'm especially grateful to the Chairman for bringing before the committee today the Collinsville Renewable Energy Promotion Act. I'm eager to talk about the broad community support for this bill, but I'll reserve that for general debate. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Space.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to welcome my fellow Ohioan and colleague, Mr. Latta, to the committee. I'd like to speak briefly about the Homestar Act. The Act would obviously create incentives for energy efficiency, known as the Homestar Program. This program will obviously achieve two very important goals: reducing energy through efficiency and putting people to work. Back in Ohio's 18th Congressional District, like many parts of the country, many folks are struggling to get by right now. Some of those same people who are out of work also live in homes that are improperly and poorly insulated. This legislation offers my constituents new opportunities to both improve that efficiency and get back to work. And I'd like to thank and commend my colleague, Mr. Welch, for his work on this important legislation. I'd like to address very briefly another piece of important legislation today that I intend to support, and that is the GRID Act. The safety of our constituents is our foremost responsibility in Congress, and studies and reports that our nation's electric grid is susceptible to attack reveal that congressional action is necessary. The existing rulemaking process for grid vulnerability is not meeting the needs of our nation's security and should be changed. With that said, I believe we need to tread carefully in changing the rulemaking structure. Giving new blanket authority to FERC or any other agency should not be done lightly, and we must walk a fine line between spurring industry into action and forcing unnecessary changes. Industry must continue to be a part of the discussions on grid security. Again, I'd like to thank my colleagues for introducing these important pieces of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Space. Mr. McNerney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really thrilled about the markup today because these are important bills which I support. Regarding the GRID Act, our national grid is vulnerable to various sorts of attack and problems. This is a good step in securing that grid, and we need to continue to work with the Department of Defense, with the intelligence communities, with Homeland Security, with the FERC to identify weaknesses and strengthen and harden those potential targets. I also want to congratulate Peter Welch for his hard work and leadership in the Homestar Energy Retrofit Act. This will create jobs in my district, in all districts in this country. It will make our nation more efficient, and it deserves our support. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I support all three of the bills before the committee today, and these bills will incentivize energy efficiency improvements in residential buildings, protect the electric grid, and encourage the development of hydroelectric power, of course, all important objectives. But I'm going to limit my comments to the Homestar Energy Retrofit Act, and I also want to congratulate my colleague, Mr. Welch from Vermont, for this great piece of legislation. It's a timely, targeted bill that will achieve multiple goals. It helps our workers, it helps our economy, and it helps our environment. It's estimated that the Homestar program will create 168,000 good-paying construction, manufacturing, and retail jobs. And these are jobs, as has been mentioned, that cannot be shipped overseas. Homestar will help kickstart the construction industry, which has been hit very hard by the economic recession. Today, more than 1 in 4 construction workers remain unemployed. Homestar will also stimulate domestic manufacturing. These are sustainable building solution companies, and there are sustainable building solution companies in my district and across the country that are ready and waiting for initiatives like Homestar. They're ready to ramp up production, they're ready to put people to work, and the positive ripple effects will be felt throughout the retail and distribution sectors. Homestar will provide significant energy savings, over $9 billion, and improve comfort levels for Americans. Improving energy efficiency is one of the easiest, most cost-effective ways for homeowners to reduce energy waste. And Homestar will improve the environment, thereby reducing our dependence on foreign oil and enhancing our national security. Household energy use accounts for more than 1/5 of U.S. carbon emissions, and energy efficiency improvements will create jobs and reduce greenhouse emissions. As this committee proved in a bipartisan way with Cash for Clunkers, it doesn't have to be jobs or the environment. It can be both, and it must be both. Homestar enjoys broad national support from business leaders, environmental and energy efficiency groups, labor unions, manufacturers, retailers, and construction contractors, and I'm pleased to support it as well. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Mr. Braley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel honored to be sitting next to Congressman Welch as he's getting all of these accolades. And I'm a big believer in visuals, so the visual I want to leave the committee with as it relates to the Homestar program is the Three Gorges Dam in China, which displaced over 1 million residents, cost more than probably any other public improvement project in the history of the world, biggest public improvement project in China since the Great Wall, and yet if they had simply upgraded electrical appliances in China, similar to what this program aims to do, they could have captured the same energy savings as they're producing from that mammoth dam. And that's why we need to be smart about how we provide incentives in energy efficiency, and that's why I'm proud to support my friend's bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Braley. Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you. I want to thank Chairman Markey and your staffs, particularly John Jemison and Daniel Bassan, for working with me and others over the past year to advance this retrofits initiative. And I want to thank Ranking Members Barton and Upton. I very much appreciate your attention to this, your graciousness towards me, your generosity with your suggestions. And in fact, due to our ranking members and our chairman, Mr. Markey and Mr. Waxman, we incorporated some really solid ideas that were presented by the Republicans. Specific dollar figure to replace such sums as may be necessary. A sunset, fair change to take a look at this program down the road and kick the tires. Added technologies like geothermal and electric tankless water heaters. Clarifications that this is not a backdoor to a labeling system. So these are all very solid suggestions, and what we have here is not lip service to bipartisanship. We have a committee that is working together, combining the experiences of all of us on both sides of the aisle. That is a tremendous thing. We need to do more of it in this Congress. This initiative, as many of my colleagues have said, really does accomplish a hat trick. Out-of-work contractors are going to get jobs. Manufacturers with idle capacity are going to put that to work. Our retailers, local hardware stores to big box developers, are going to be able to sell product. And as Ms. Sutton mentioned, this is all American manufactured products. Governor Engler was here, and he answered one of the questions that Mr. Upton legitimately raises. The other program has had idle capacity. This is a partnership between the government that provides an incentive in the private sector, the manufacturers, contractors, and homeowners. So it's going to be much more of a self-mechanism for implementation that has much more capacity to work effectively. An example of this, I visited a home in Williston, Vermont, where they were doing retrofit. They got some support from our local energy efficiency utility. We saw local contractors at work. We had local retailers who were providing the products, and we had a Vermont family that was going to save 30% on their bills. And as others have pointed out, this will create about 160,000 good-paying jobs. It'll save over $10 billion at least over 10 years, and obviously reduces our reliance on foreign oil. This is a program that can kickstart a residential and commercial retrofits revolution starting today with Homestar. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, it's been tremendous to work with you. There's a lot of good ideas in this Congress. If we can find our way clear to focus on the good that we can do, not so much to make the perfect the enemy of the good, but to make sure that perfect doesn't become the enemy of progress. I yield back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welch. That concludes the opening statement, unless any member seeks recognition. If not, the chair calls up the bill H.R. 5026, the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Defense Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5026, a bill to amend the federal.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The chair, first of all, recognizes himself to offer a manager's amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Waxman of California.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered read. And I'd also ask unanimous consent that it be drafted to conform with the base text circulated with the markup notice and considered to conform with the amendment in the nature of the substitute. This amendment was a product of working closely with Mr. Markey, Mr. Barton, Mr. Upton in making a number of changes to the bill that have been agreed to on a bipartisan basis. It inserts a provision requiring the President or Secretary of Energy to promptly notify the relevant committees of Congress whenever the President issues and provides to FERC a determination that a grid security threat exists, thereby triggering FERC's authority to address the threat. The amendment also ensures that an emergency measure ordered by FERC to address such a threat is discontinued not later than 1 year after its issuance. The amendment replaces the definition of electromagnetic weapon with the definition of electromagnetic pulse to clarify that the pulse would be the threat or vulnerability to be addressed. The amendment eliminates the previous exclusion of pulses emitted from nuclear devices. The amendment also ensures that before promulgating a rule or issuing an order to address grid security vulnerability, FERC, to the extent practicable, in the light of the urgency of the need for action, requests and considers recommendations from NERC regarding such a rule or order. FERC may establish an appropriate deadline for the submission of such recommendations. The amendment includes minor changes to provide the President with additional flexibility in designating critical defense facilities. It also includes technical changes to clarify that grid security threats and vulnerabilities can impact electronic devices that are not programmable, including certain sensors, actuators, and transformer transmitting devices. In addition, there are a number of non-substantive technical changes. I think they're good bipartisan improvements to our bipartisan grid security legislation. I'd like to thank the members of the committee who worked with us to address their concerns, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Discussion of the amendment in the nature of substitute. Mr. Barton.
Mr. Chairman, I want to commend you for for taking input from both sides of the aisle on the manager's amendment. I want to especially focus on the FERC authority as it relates to NERC in terms of making the final decision. As you know, Mr. Chairman, under the Energy Policy Act of 2005, we gave NERC the authority to handle this issue. I think it is fair to say that they have not acted in an expeditious fashion, primarily because of the way they're set up, the decision-making process, the natural tension between the need to protect the grid and the requirement that whatever you do for protection, somebody has to come up with the money to pay for it, since the people that are making the decisions also have to pay for them. In this case, you create that tension. It's my understanding that the manager's amendment tries to address this problem by making it explicit that it is FERC's decision and authority to make such decisions, but before they do, they have to give the NERC the ability and an adequate time to provide input so that the final decision, while it is at the federal level, as it should be, they do get the input from the private sector who will have to operate and also operate, maintain, and pay for these decisions. So I want to commend you for showing flexibility. This is not an easy issue to address, and I do think the manager's amendment tries to do so in a fair way.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Mr. Dingell, do you wish to be recognized for the purpose of a colloquy?
Yes, I seek recognition for purposes of striking the requisite number of words.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I first thank you for working to address my concerns about how the legislation would work and how cybersecurity vulnerabilities are dealt with in subsection C. I don't believe it was the sponsor's intent to simply expand FERC authority and supplant Section 215 of the Federal Power Act, but to rather ensure a mechanism for fixing national security leaks. Am I correct? And I yield to my friend, the Chairman.
I thank you for yielding to me. That is correct. The legislation was drafted to ensure that imminent threats to the electric grid and vulnerabilities that could be exploited with national security implications can be addressed quickly and adequately.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that. Then by the change in the manager's amendment to subsection C1, is it the Chair's belief that absent an urgent national security risk associated with a vulnerability, NERC should be consulted in the drafting process? I yield to my friend, the Chairman.
That's precisely the intent of this language. We'd like to see NERC proactively develop standards to address grid security vulnerabilities. In cases where NERC hasn't done so, the new text in the manager's amendment ensures that when time permits, FERC will request NERC to provide recommendations on the drafting of the rule or order addressing the vulnerability. So NERC will have an opportunity to provide its input into the process, and NERC also has the opportunity to develop a standard after FERC promulgates a rule or issues an order. As long as that standard adequately addresses the vulnerability, it will replace the FERC rule or order.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again, and I look forward to working with you, the Commission, and all the stakeholders to ensure that FERC has the necessary authority to ensure national security without sacrificing reliability of the electric grid. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Dingell. Members seeking recognition.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Braley.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask you to enter into a colloquy with me to discuss grid security workforce training.
Of course.
Thank you for holding this markup today on the Grid Reliability and Infrastructure Defense Act. It's important to give the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission appropriate authorities to protect the electrical grid against cyber and other threats and vulnerabilities. It's also important to ensure that we have a trained workforce who has knowledge to protect systems for the generation, transmission, and distribution of electric energy against geomagnetic storms or malicious acts. I drafted an amendment to create a new era security workforce training program that would establish a program to provide grants to community colleges for grid security. I decided not to offer it, but hope, Mr. Chairman, that we can work together moving forward to make sure that grid security workforce training programs are addressed in this legislation, and I want to thank you for your time.
Gentlemen, yield. I'd be happy to work with you on this issue as we move forward on the bill. I thank you for your interest in the bill and for your work on this particular part of it.
Thank you. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Mr. Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I will speak briefly and just to compliment the minority, Mr. Upton and Mr. Barton, who worked with Mr. Waxman and with the subcommittee in order to produce this package. Our staffs partnered to create the legislation, and we thank you so much for doing that. This does give the President the ability to act in the event of an emergency. We think that is very, very important. If FERC does identify a vulnerability that has not adequately been addressed through a NERC reliability standard, FERC has the authority to require interim measures to protect the bulk power system. We, that is collectively, together with the Defense Department and the national security community, see this as the single most important element of the bill. If and when NERC comes forward with an adequate reliability standard, FERC must approve the standard and rescind its interim measure. So that will ensure that when we know of a serious vulnerability to attack that's not being adequately addressed, FERC can act quickly and directly to protect the grid. National security will not be held hostage to potential delays or weaknesses in NERC's industry-led consensus-based standard-setting process. The legislation specifically directs FERC to establish measures to protect against the Aurora vulnerability to cyber attack within 6 months of enactment. That vulnerability was identified nearly 3 years ago, and NERC still has not developed requirements to protect against it. That is unacceptable and must be fixed. And let me just say, and Chairman Waxman has explained the amendment in the nature of a substitute that makes several important improvements. First, at the request of Mr. Shimkus, the bill now includes protections against electromagnetic pulse from nuclear weapons. At the request of Mr. Burgess, the bill strengthens congressional oversight of the President's authority to trigger FERC's emergency authority under the bill. And at Mr. Dingell's request, the bill clarifies that to the extent practicable, FERC should seek NERC's input in the development of any interim measures to address grid security vulnerabilities. These changes to the bill have helped to further strengthen it. I urge support for this important bipartisan national security legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Markey. Any further discussion or amendments that members wish to offer? If not, let's proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. We would now entertain the motion to order reported H.R. 5026 as amended with a recommendation that the bill do pass. All those in favor?
Mr. Chairman, is this the vote on final passage?
Yes.
Okay. I will request a roll call vote on final passage.
The gentleman requests a roll call vote. Well, let's proceed to the roll call vote.
Mr. Waxman.
Aye.
Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingell. Mr. Dingell, aye. Mr. Markey.
Aye.
Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett, aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Harmon. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, aye. Ms. Melanson. Ms. Melanson votes aye. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Mrs. Christensen. Mrs. Christensen, aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor, aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Space. Mr. Space, aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, aye. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, aye. Mr. Braley. Mr. Braley, aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton, aye. Mr. Hall. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns. Mr. Stearns, aye. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shadig. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Boyer, aye. Mr. Radonovich. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, aye. Ms. Bono Mack. Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mrs. Myrick. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy, Pennsylvania. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Blackburn. Ms. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin votes aye. Okay. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson votes aye. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, aye. Mr. Radonovich votes aye. Mr. Shattuck. Mr. Shattuck, aye.
Have all members responded to the call of the roll? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will tally the vote. Mr. Rush has just entered the room. Mr. Rush, how do you wish to vote on the final passage?
Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush, aye. Ms. Bonomack? Ms. Bonomack votes aye.
Clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 47, the nays were 0.
47 ayes, 0 noes. The motion's agreed to. Without objection, the title of the bill is amended pursuant to the text of the amendment in the nature of the substitute. Chair now calls up the bill H.R. 5019, the Homestar Energy Retrofit Act of 2010. Clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5019.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Chair recognizes himself to call up manager's amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5019. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Waxman of California.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read. The amendment addresses two issues that were raised by the minority at the subcommittee markup. It addresses the new Home Builders Institute certification program, and it includes a sunset provision that is tailored to the provisions that should expire and those that need to stay on the books. I commend ranking members Barton and Upton for working with us on these provisions. The amendment also makes a number of other changes. It includes clarification of the proposed quality assurance framework provisions. These provisions are designed to assist the states in developing a robust and high-quality residential energy efficiency retrofit industry, beginning with the operation of the Quality Assurance Program for the projects that obtain Home Start rebates. It also adds a focus on developing new jobs where they are needed most in high unemployment, low-income communities. The amendment adds energy-efficient window films to the Silver Star list in a regionally sensitive manner. It provides that rebate aggregators who fail to meet the need for speed and accuracy can be disqualified by the Secretary. The amendment makes clear that all technologies are eligible for use in whole home retrofits that earn Gold Star rebates. And finally, the amendment makes various other technical changes and adjustments. I think these good improvements to the Home Star legislation. I'd like to thank the members of the committee who have worked with us to address their concerns, and I would urge members to support the amendment. Mr. Barton, you wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I do. The manager's amendment, the nature of a substitute, certainly improves the bill. We'll support that. We have a number of amendments on the Republican side. I don't think any of them will take a large amount of time. I don't think they'll be heavily debated. There may be a few that we ask for a roll call vote. Given the floor schedule today, which I don't think is too heavy, what would be the potential of taking a 30-minute or 45-minute lunch break? Is that a possibility?
Well, I would prefer that we just move forward and see if we can resolve this, because I have an appointment that I don't want to readjust.
My stomach asked me to ask that question.
Yes.
And,
please inform your stomach that my stomach has the same concern.
Okay. We do support the manager's amendment, Mr. Chairman. We will have a number of amendments that members wish to offer on the minority side, but we think those will all be handled fairly expeditiously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barton. Mr. Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I strongly support the Chairman's amendment. The Homestar bill has been supported by a diverse coalition of manufacturers, contractors, labor unions, energy advocates, and many others. As it has progressed through the Energy and Environment Subcommittee, it has also been supported by both sides of the aisle in this committee. I was pleased to join with Representatives Welsh and Ehlers and Cardoza in introducing Homestar as a bipartisan bill yesterday, and I hope that we can attract more co-sponsors as we move forward. I sincerely appreciate the effort of all members to improve and move this important legislation forward. The manager's amendment that I introduced during the subcommittee markup addressed Republican concerns about spending levels by capping the authorization at $6 billion. That is the minimum level of authorization we need to get this job done. We also included a do-it-yourself program that had strong support on both sides of the aisle. At the subcommittee markup, I also promised to address the issues of sunsetting the bill. We have worked with Republican members to include an acceptable sunset provision in the chairman's amendment. We have also worked to address concerns about labeling, resulting in support for the legislation from the National Association of Realtors. Working closely with Ranking Member Barton and Ranking Member Upton, Mr. Waxman and I and others have included additional options for worker certification. Energy efficiency and jobs is not a Republican or Democratic issue. It is an American issue. By encouraging home energy efficiency upgrades, this legislation will help reverse severe construction job losses, rising energy bills, and the loss of manufacturing in the United States. I look forward to working with all my colleagues to make Homestar a reality. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance.
Thank you, Mr. Markey. The Chair would call for any discussion or amendments that members wish to offer. And since there are a number of amendments, and we're all would like to move as rapidly as possible, the Chair would propose to the members that we have a time limit of 5 minutes on each side on each of the amendments that will be offered. Without objection, that'll be the order. Who seeks recognition on the...
Mr. Chairman, are we still dealing with the manager's amendment?
Yes, but we're talking about amendments to the manager's amendment. This would be the opportunity to offer amendments. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
My button man. You're my button man.
Amendment to the committee print or HR 5019 offered by Mr. Griffith.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 56, line 14, we'd like to strike $6 billion and insert $1 billion. On page 56, line 16, we'd like to insert with any amounts remaining unobligated at the end of fiscal year 2011 to be returned to the Treasury to be applied to reducing the national debt after, quote unquote, until expended. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Markey, do you wish to speak in opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. In response to member concerns during the hearing on Homestar, I introduced an amendment that was accepted, authorizing $6 billion for Homestar legislation. The authorization number is consistent with the Senate version of the bill. It reflects DOE and industry analysis on what is necessary to continue the program for its 2-year authorization period. Based on this authorization, Homestar can retrofit up to 3 million homes. It will save homeowners $9.2 billion of home energy over 10 years. In the next year alone, these energy savings are the equivalent of 4 300-megawatt power plants and 6.8 million barrels of home heating oil. And last but not least, it will create 168,000 jobs, 126,000 in the next year alone. If Homestar is funded at a level lower than what the bill provides, we risk losing these jobs. We risk manufacturers cutting their workforce. We risk retailers questioning the benefit of marketing Homestar. And we risk thousands of jobs for contractors to conduct energy efficiency retrofits. A serious investment is required to accomplish the trifecta of creating jobs, energy savings, and consumer savings for Homestar. So Mr. Welsh, worked hard with us at the subcommittee level and during the hearing process in order to establish, work looking over at the Senate as well, this $6 billion level. We think it makes a lot of sense, and we would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Gentleman, yield to me.
I'd be glad to yield.
As I understand it, we have this authorization at $6 billion. Is it the position of the chairman of the subcommittee that while there are many amendments to change it, you would resist all amendments?
I would.
Change the number?
I would, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We've had debate on this issue. Are we ready to proceed to a vote? All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
No. The noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to.
May we have a roll call vote, Mr. Chair?
You.
Yeah.
If the gentleman would defer, we're going to have another, right after you, a little bit higher slice of pie.
Mr. Chairman, I defer.
Yeah. We got a little bit better chance to win the next one. So,
thank you.
I'm not saying we will, but we have a better chance.
Let's move to any other amendments that members wish to offer. Mr. Stupak, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at desk.
Gentleman seeks recognition to offer an amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5019, offered by Mr. Stupak of Michigan.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized to explain his amendment.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I offer this amendment to the Homestar Energy Retrofit Act to prevent a specific problem that we've seen with the weatherization funding from the stimulus program. Unfortunately, the weather funding has been slowed down because on federally funded projects, underneath legislation, federally funded projects are required under the National Historic Preservation Act to have prior approval from the state historic preservation offices before they can proceed if a structure is being modified that is listed or is eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. As we've seen with the Recovery Act, the weatherization funding, any home at least 50 years old triggers a review, significantly delaying the flow of funds into our community. I think this is a good bill. I think this bill will help our communities. But what my amendment would do would exempt primary residences that are not listed on the National Register of Historic Preservation Review while maintaining the requirement that any structure that is actually listed. As we've seen with the weatherization funding for many projects in my district are still tied up over this historic preservation review because our homes in our district are more than 50 years old. So it would not be prudent for Congress to impose the same requirement on the Homestar Energy Retrofit Act if the intent is to get the money into our communities, to create jobs, and to quickly get homes retrofitted in our communities. The older homes that would benefit from my amendment are typically those the most in need of the energy efficiency improvements. Many are located in rural areas such as northern Michigan. So where there's a quick infusion of funding for these projects to benefit local families and contractors to perform the work, we have this unintended requirement that slows everything down as we're seeing right now with the weatherization program. So I would urge the committee to support the amendment and speed up the energy efficiency funding to consumers, manufacturers, and contractors by avoiding the delays of the state historic preservation offices have caused with the weatherization program.
Would gentleman yield?
Yes.
For question. I'm not as cognizant of the National Historic Preservation Act as apparently you are, but I have a condo in Northern Virginia that is over 50 years old. Is it your interpretation that if I wanted to modernize it for weatherization purposes or for this purposes, if this bill becomes law, I would have to have it subject to some sort of a historic preservation review?
If it's over 50 years old, it's eligible beyond the National Historical Register list. Therefore, you'd have to ask the Virginia State Historical Officer to waive it.
Really?
Yeah, that's on the list. No, not even if it's on the list. That's the problem we're having with the weatherization.
My dumpy condo could be considered for historic preservation.
It's over 50 years. You meet the basic threshold. In order to waive that threshold underneath the National Historic Preservation Act, you have to get the state historic officer.
If that's literally true, I strongly support your amendment. Yeah, because
Gentlemen,
there
yield
is
to
no
me.
way
Yes, I'd yield
that my condo should be historically preserved.
I think the gentleman makes a point that we need to explore further, and I would request that he withdraw the amendment now, and I pledge to continue to work with you to see if we can perfect an amendment.
Right, Mr. Chairman, and with those assurances, I will withdraw the amendment, but I want to make it aware, because we're having this trouble right now underneath the stimulus program, and the Department of Energy has finally started to work with the state historic offices to try to get the funding out there, because the weatherization program in the stimulus package for my area, there's a lot of money there that's just sitting there because we have to get every home has to be waived if it's more than 50 years old. It doesn't make sense, and so I don't want to see that problem become a problem underneath this bill, because this is a good bill, the Homestar Energy Retrofit Act. I'd like to see it happen, but we're trying to put money out there to create jobs and help people out, and we got this little technicality we got to get through, but it really causes a huge delay in what we're trying to do. So let's continue working before we get to the floor. Let's get it done.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, I withdraw my amendment.
Amendment withdraws his amendment. Are there other amendments that
I just, if I had a question for Mr. Stupak before he yielded back.
Well, he's withdrawn his amendment. We've got to move on.
Well,
Mr. Barton?
I have an amendment at the desk number 20, but as soon as I'm recognized, I'll yield to Dr.
I was just going to ask the question, how does this affect
I haven't
federal
been
buildings?
recognized yet.
Oh.
But
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to do with it as he sees fit.
Before I support my amendment, I yield to my friend from Denton County.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. I was just going to ask Chairman Stupak if this applied to federal buildings as well, because I noticed the Cannon building only has single pane glass in its windows, and clearly that's an area of energy efficiency that I'm sure that the Democratic leadership is concerned about. So you might look at including federal buildings that would fall outside the state purview in that when you rework your amendment. And I'll yield back to the chair, to the ranking member.
Good point.
Well, I strongly support my amendment, but I also support Mr. Stupak's amendment, and I'll work with him and Mr. Markey and Mr. Waxman, because I hope that is included. It doesn't make sense to have every building in America that's over 50 years old subject to the National Historical Review before you modernize it. That just, so I'm strongly with Mr. Stupak on that. This amendment, Mr. Chairman, is real straightforward. We just defeated the Griffith Amendment capping the authorization at $1 billion. This caps it at $3 billion. To my friends on the majority side, I want to point out we are making progress. The subcommittee draft was such sums as necessary, which is unlimited. To his credit, Subcommittee Chairman Markey did offer an amendment putting it at $6 billion, which is what is in similar language in the Senate. Hopefully this will be a bill, if it passes committee and passes the floor, that will be subject to a regular conference with the other body. My experience has been these conferences tend to go up instead of down in terms of spending. I think it would help the House if we adopted this. $3 billion is considerably more, like 300% more than $1 billion. It's half of $6 billion. I point out we have a budget deficit annually of over $1.5 trillion. This is a well-meaning program, as has been pointed out in numerous comments in the opening statements. The current stimulus funding for programs similar to this have not been spent yet. The Department of Energy does not have an excellent track record on administrating these kinds of programs. With all the best intentions in the world, Congressman Welch, who's the primary author, is not going to be able to construct this bill to such an extent that there are no glitches in implementation. I think $3 billion is a very reasonable cap. It's considerably more than is being spent. Yet it gives the House some negotiation room when we go to conference with the Senate. My guess is, Mr. Chairman, if this is accepted, a number of minority members will vote for the bill. If it's not accepted, a number of minority members, including myself, will not vote for the bill on final passage. So I do hope that the chairman and subcommittee chairman and the majority could see fit to accept this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Chairman, yield back his time. Mr. Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. The role of this committee is to authorize. The role of this committee is to create policies that can work for America in the energy sector. That's our job. It is the job of the Appropriations Committee then to ensure that the funding is found for and to do whatever is necessary under the rules of the House in order to deal with with those questions. This is something that happened back in 2005 when we were producing the Energy Policy Act of 2005. Within that law, in Section 411, that dealt with integrated gasification combined cycle technology. Section 1406, energy efficient building projects. Sections 412, 503, 636, 637, et cetera, et cetera. All of them said that the projects are authorized to be appropriated such sums as are necessary to carry out each section. Okay? And we accepted that at the time because that is, in fact, the legitimate role of this committee. It's to authorize, and then for the Appropriations Committee to deal with the appropriations rules that govern the House. So we do know that $6 billion is the proper level to authorize in order to make sure that we create the critical mass across the country, to have the stores do the marketing, to have contractors ratchet up so that this program can be put in place in an effective way. So let us render to the appropriations committees the things that are theirs, and to the authorizing committees the things that are ours. And I would urge a no vote on this amendment, consistent with the precedent set actually in the 2005 Energy Policy Act.
Would the gentleman yield?
Glad to yield.
If the gentleman read the entire act, which I'm sure he has numerous times, he would know that there are numerous sections in that bill that there are specific authorizations. This particular one on coal gas, I think he combined cycle natural gas or something, gasification was one that unfortunately as chairman of that conference I yielded to the Senate and accepted such sums, although at the time I wasn't really excited about it, but I felt to get support from certain members in the Senate it was necessary. But there are numerous examples where there are specific authorizations. And to your credit, in this bill, there is a specific you are moving in the right direction. You just haven't moved far enough yet. So hopefully you'll move $3 billion more here in the next 30 seconds, and we can reach accommodation.
We'll now proceed to a vote, and I understand Mr. Barton wishes a roll call vote, so the clerk will call the roll on the Barton amendment.
Mr. Waxman?
No.
Mr. Waxman? No. Mr. Dingell? Mr. Markey?
Nope.
Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone? No. Mr. Gordon? Mr. Gordon? No. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush? No. Ms. Eshue? Ms. Eshue? No. Mr. Stupak? Mr. Stupak? No. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Mr. Green? No. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette? No. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps? No. Mr. Doyle? Ms. Harmon? Ms. Schakowsky? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Inslee? Mr. Inslee? No. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin? No. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross? No. Mr. Weiner? Mr. Matheson? Mr. Matheson? No. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield? No. Mr. Melanson? Mr. Melanson? No. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow? No. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill? No. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui? No. Mrs. Christensen? Mrs. Christensen? No. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor? No. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes? No. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? No. Mr. Space? Mr. Space? No. Mr. McNerney? Ms. McNerney? No. Ms. Sutton? Ms. Sutton? No. Mr. Braley? Mr. Braley? No. Mr. Welch?
No.
Mr. Welch? No. Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton, aye. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall, aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, aye. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shattuck? Mr. Shattuck, aye. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Boyer? Mr. Boyer, aye. Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts, aye. Ms. Bonomack? Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mrs. Myrick? Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Votes aye. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, aye. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Boucher, no. Ms. Harmon? Ms. Harmon, no. Mr. Wiener? Mr. Wiener, no. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, aye.
Have all members responded to the call of the roll? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will tally the vote and announce it. Are we ready?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 17, the nays were 31.
17 ayes, 31 noes. The amendment's not agreed to. Are there further amendments or discussion? Mr. Gordon, I want to recognize you for the purpose of a colloquy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership on this important issue. I share your strong support for this bill that creates green jobs and transitions our nation to a new green energy economy. This bill will stimulate economic development in key sectors such as construction and manufacturing, which have been particularly hard hit in the economic downturn and are now showing signs of life. I believe the technology sector is also plays an important role in energy efficiency, and in this industry that could be benefit. Well, we could also create benefits in terms of energy efficiency through innovation, high-tech jobs, and to help America competitive globally. In particular, home energy management systems are a game-changing technology that, when properly used, can help homeowners make informed choices about their energy use. I trust the Chairman shares my enthusiasm for making technology an important part of both energy efficiency policy and economic recovery.
If the gentleman would yield, I thank you for your points, and I agree that technology will play an important role in energy efficiency retrofits under this bill. While technologies like home energy management systems are not eligible for rebates under the Silver Star path because of their dependence on user input, they will be a useful tool for homeowners using the Gold Star program to dramatically reduce their home energy use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further recognition by members of the committee. Mr. Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a non-controversial amendment. We're asking for a study from the Department of Energy, and that report should be submitted within 1 year of the enactment of this act to the committees in the Senate and the House Energy Committees. As we look at opportunities to make homes more efficient, it's important we are investing in technologies that will provide long-term efficiency, not just increase efficiency on the day that the new product is taken out of the box and installed.
Will the gentleman yield to me?
Yes.
We've had an opportunity to review your amendment, and we would accept it. We think it's a good amendment.
Thank you very much.
Let's proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. Are there further amendments to the legislation? Mr. McNerney.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm offering a straightforward amendment that will help the Homestar program operate more transparently and efficiently. Under Homestar, contractors and vendors will provide an instant rebate to consumers for eligible efficiency upgrades and then apply for reimbursements through a rebate aggregator. This entire process, from the time a vendor or contractor submits a valid claim to the time they receive reimbursement, is envisioned to take no more than 30 days. The amendment I am offering will make sure that the contractors and vendors will be quickly reimbursed by the Department of Energy. Specifically, the amendment provides that rebate aggregators receiving an application for a rebate will submit the application to the Department of Energy within 10 days, that the Department of Energy will process the application within another 10 days, and that the rebate aggregator will promptly make funding available to the applicant. I received positive feedback from Homestar stakeholders on this proposal, and I hope my colleagues from both parties will support this amendment to make sure that the Department of Energy processes claims as efficiently and quickly as possible. The contractors and vendors who provide rebates directly to consumers deserve assurances that they will receive a quick reimbursement, and the program's ultimate success will depend on achieving this goal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. This is a good amendment. It offers clear timetables for the rebate program. Contractors, vendors will know how, where their rebate application is, where it's going, when they can expect to receive a check. And I think that streamlined process is consistent with the goal of Homestar to create a simple system that contractors, vendors, and customers can have confidence in, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Any further discussion of the amendment?
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
Just to applaud the amendment also, and just we know the almost disaster that the automobile dealers had, and the cries of pain and agony that went on, and the cash for clunkers. So I hope with this amendment we eliminate some of that, and at least we have our eyes focused on the providers to do right by them. So I appreciate what you offered.
Well, I thank the gentleman for his comments, and I too heard the cries from the auto dealers as they waited for their checks.
Any further discussion on the amendment? If not, let's proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the McNerney amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. Are there further amendments to the legislation? Yes, Mr. Ilata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain.
I appreciate the chairman. What this amendment does is that the action not be affected affects the deficit neutrality. And having just come from the Budget Committee and sitting through many hearings, hearing CBO, OMB, Mr. Geithner, Mr. Bernanke, and the word that was being used over and over and over during these discussions was the word unsustainability of the deficits and debt that we're piling up in this country. And we're looking down the road, and the best case scenario right now we might be looking at is having a $20 trillion debt by the year 2020. And one of the things that caught my attention, especially during the CBO director's comments before the committee, was that by the year 2020 that we'd be running about a $726 billion that we'd be paying every year just for interest on the national debt. And just in the last couple of days, and I knew these numbers are going to be changing, that now we're hearing that amount just to pay debt in 1 year, the interest on that debt would be about $1 trillion. And just before we started our votes, I just met with about 50 middle school students from my district, And it's hard to look at these kids in the face and tell them where their future is going to lay when they get out of school and what's going to affect their jobs. And coming from an area, as was mentioned a little bit earlier, that I represent the largest manufacturing district in the state of Ohio and the largest agricultural district in the state of Ohio, that we're in a situation that, jobs, 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 as one of our former governors years ago used to say. But at the same time, we applaud trying to get more people back to work, but at the same time, we have to look at where these debts and this deficit is going. So again, Mr. Chairman, what this amendment does is just that it says that it has to be deficit neutral for the Act. Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield to me.
I yield.
There's some ambiguity about that term, deficit neutrality, because there could be savings from this legislation that could reduce the deficit, but I presume what you're trying to do is make sure that the Act is paid for.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it's our intent as well. I don't think this bill is going to be prepared to go to the floor without some assurance along those lines. If that's what you're trying to accomplish, I would urge you to withdraw this amendment, and I'll work with you to make sure that that gets done. And if we need to have an amendment in the bill, we'll have an amendment in the bill to do that.
Well, if I could.
It's your time.
I'd yield to Mr. Barton.
Yeah.
Are you going to pass the buck to me?
Not yet.
I support the amendment. The gentleman from Ohio. I think it is flexible enough to give those on the majority the opportunity to determine how to pay for the legislation, and yet it is restrictive in the sense that I don't think anybody on either side of the aisle would say that deficit neutrality means spending more money by borrowing. So what this amendment tells me is that the Committee of Authorization is going on record as saying that before this bill becomes law, there will be a something done to come up with $6 billion or to save $6 billion under the jurisdiction of the committee, so that we can use the funds that Mr. Welch and others are authorizing for the purposes of this act. So I support the gentleman's amendment. With regard to the chairman's suggestion that you withdraw it, the chairman's word has always been good to me. You might want to enter into a colloquy exactly how y'all are going to conduct those discussions, but when he says something, his word
will the gentleman
is
yield?
good.
Will the gentleman yield?
If it's
the gentleman
Mr. Latta's
from Ohio's time.
I yield to the gentleman.
I think we could work out the language. If the chairman has any question, we could probably modify it by unanimous consent. But considering today is tax day and the fact that we have this big rally here because of taxes, I think it's symbolic that this committee make this stand. And so I think it has more than a little bit of symbolism. It has a large symbolism. And I think if the chairman finds budget neutrality sort of nebulous, be glad to work that out. But I really think that we should vote up and down. And as the chairman said, he agrees with it. So let's just pass it and move on. And this committee has now, as a full committee, said that we want this to be budget neutral.
Gentlemen, yield to me from Ohio. The problem I have is not with what you're trying to accomplish, because I agree with that. It relates to the question of what deficit neutrality means under the budget rules of the House. If you said something like this act could not be effective until it complies with PAYGO rules, that might satisfy you. But rather than make that decision right here, unless you feel comfortable with that change, why don't you withdraw it, and we'll continue to talk, and you have my word that we'll work it out.
And if the gentleman does withdraw, I'll work with the gentleman. I've had some negotiations on this committee, and we can find a solution to your problem, given the chairman's assurances in public that he supports the intent of your amendment. Some of these, what we don't want to do is do something that then turns out not to be what we intended. The recent health care bill that's now law, there are numerous examples in that bill of unintended consequences. we have a bipartisan effort going on here. I think we can solve this problem if the gentleman wishes to work with the chairman, and I'll support the gentleman's effort in that regard.
Given the oath the gentleman took to always go along with the ranking member's suggestions.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold the gentleman to that if he wants to take a different path.
Mr. Chairman, if I could yield to Mr. Stearns.
To my ranking member, this is a philosophical statement. This is not administrative or legislative. This is a philosophical statement. We're saying on April 15th that we want this to be budget neutral. So many of us would like to see an up or down vote on this. I strongly urge. We have been very accommodating to the chairman. He would not even give you lunch. So I think under the circumstances, I don't think Mr. Waxman, he is very skillful in legislation. Even if we pass this, he doesn't like the language. From the health care debate, we saw a lot of new technical language come into the bill through manager's amendment and come in through all sorts of cracks and crevices.
That's
and
true.
I'm sure that Mr. Waxman can certainly find a way to change this before the full.
While the Republicans are having a food fight on our side of the aisle, this is a bill that of honest intentions, and I accept the premise that Mr. Welch and Mr. Waxman and Mr. Markey are men of goodwill and integrity, and if they tell a member on the minority side that they'll work with them in good faith, I accept that. And, you know, there are issues before this committee that have extremely volatile political overtones, and sometimes we need to have votes to highlight those differences, but it's the ranking member's position on this issue. Since Chairman Waxman has accepted the premise it should be deficit neutral, I think we should take him at his word and work with him. But that's up to Mr. Latta. He's a full-fledged member of the committee. It's his amendment. Whatever his decision is, I'll support.
Well, I thank the ranking member, and with the chairman's discussion about working with this, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Are there further amendments? Mr. Hill, you have an amendment at the desk?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read, and gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last spring, I introduced the Energy Efficient Manufactured Housing Act of 2009, which passed the House as part of the American Clean Energy and Security Act. This amendment is very similar to my original bill and is complementary to Homestar in that it will save energy, lower utility costs, and stimulate the economy. Across the country, there are about 2 million outdated and extremely energy inefficient manufactured homes. These homes are so old and inefficient that it just isn't cost effective to weatherize them. Therefore, the residents of these homes are missing out on the benefits of the weatherization program and probably won't benefit from the Homestar program either. Many of the folks are low income and can't afford to upgrade to Energy Star manufactured homes on their own, even though it would lower their utility bills an average of $1,800 per year. I've been working with a diverse coalition of industry and nonprofit groups on putting together a program that will address this problem. I have a letter here from the coalition in support, and I ask unanimous consent that it be submitted into the record.
Without objection, that will be the order.
The amendment I'm proposing would provide a $7,500 grant to help low-income people purchase Energy Star manufactured homes. The program would be authorized through fiscal year 2011 and would create tens of thousands of jobs, helping tens of thousands of families move into new, more energy-efficient homes. This industry has been particularly hit hard. I believe there is a wide agreement among stakeholders that replacing these old homes both increases energy efficiency while creating jobs in both the manufacturing and construction fields. In addition, up to $2,500 would be provided to grant recipients for the purpose of decommissioning and recycling the old homes. This program is an efficient and common sense way to expand the energy efficient incentives in the weatherization and Homestar programs to those who would otherwise miss out. I'd like to note that Senator Tester over in the Senate has introduced similar legislation in the other chamber, and I understand they are making significant progress there as well. I'm optimistic that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can support this amendment, and I thank the chairman, and I yield back my time.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
We thank the gentleman very much. This is a very good and I think just smart amendment. Manufactured homes built before 1976 were not subject to national construction and safety standards, and many of these homes were built with little insulation or any other energy efficiency features. The lack of federal standards and the current age of these homes results in large energy losses. Manufactured homes built before 1980 consume 53% more energy than all other types of homes, yet these homes are so inefficient that retrofitting them is a poor investment in order to get a return on. As a result, these homes are not eligible under the weatherization program. Low-income owners can find themselves in a vicious cycle. They qualify for weatherization, but their homes do not. At the same time, their energy bills can increase year after year. The amendment will help end that cycle by assisting with the purchase of an Energy Star rated manufactured home. The replacement of these pre-1976 homes will save a homeowner over $1,500 in energy costs per year. It's a very, very good and wise amendment, and we hope the committee accepts it.
Gentleman yields back his time. Is further discussion of the Hill Amendment? If not, all those in favor of the Hill Amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. Further amendments to the legislation. Mr. Gingrich.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do have an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This amendment is a pretty straightforward, simple little amendment, and in light of your colloquy with Mr. Latta, Mr. Chairman, in regard to deficit neutrality, that was one of my main concerns about the bill, although I think the bill has great merit. But with that colloquy that you had with Representative Latta, I feel a lot better about the overall bill. This amendment basically would give the rebate, rather than giving it to the contractor, would award the rebate to the homeowner. You know, when you read the bill as it's currently drafted, it says a contractor could discount the homeowner's project by the expected rebate amount, with the rebate, of course, going directly to the contractor. But I don't see anything in the bill, Mr. Chairman, that would require that happen. And if we really want to make this a success in regard to stimulating the economy, putting people back to work, and of course cutting down on energy usages and the cost of energy, I think if you gave the incentive, the rebate incentive, to the homeowner, they would get on the phone pretty quickly and find a contractor, and I think you'd be much more likely to have a sufficient volume of activity than if you just awarded the rebate directly to the contractor. If the contractors were putting out ads or flyers in mailboxes in the neighborhood, I think a lot of homeowners would look at that and probably throw it right in the trash. But if that rebate was going directly to the homeowner, by golly, I think that would get this program going and be a tremendous jump start to it. So this amendment, it just simply changes that language and gives the rebate to the homeowner and not directly to the contractor. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back and encourage all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. As I say, I was real pleased with your conversation with Representative Latta. I have concerns about the overall cost and spending an additional $6 billion in a time when the economy is, we have so much deficit and debt. But I think that would take care of that concern that I have. But I believe if this amendment number 25 passes, certainly this one member on this side of the aisle would think very strongly about supporting this bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Mr. Markey, do you wish to be recognized in opposition?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Yes. Consumers will not invest in home energy improvements unless they get their savings up front, as the bill provides. They simply do not have the disposable income to invest without the rebate. Contractors are willing to float the cost of the rebate. And we've worked with contractors in order to achieve that balance in the bill. Rebates to the contractor allow us to keep the contractor on the hook for quality and fraud. The amendment would take the program from a manageable process with thousands of contractors, each doing many projects, to a program that unmanageably tries to process many millions of individual homeowner rebates. And there are other problems with the amendment as well. Homeowners are not going to be able to provide the necessary technical assurances that the work is done according to HomeStar's quality assurance provisions. Contractors are prepared to make electronic filings directly to the Federal Rebate Processing Center as required to provide a cash for clunkers processing speed. We just think that once we move from this more streamlined process that we have to something that would include millions of different transactions would essentially make the program
If the gentleman would yield to me. Ms. Markey, will you yield?
Yes, I will yield.
Oh, thank you. No, I disagree with you in regard to homeowners not taking advantage of this program. If the rebate would be awarded to them in a timely fashion, now I know the way the government works, you wonder, and I'm sure they would wonder too, but if this was done in a timely fashion, I really don't see that every other provision in the bill, and you reference cash for clunkers, all that remains. I mean, this is just simply, I think, a better way to get more out of this program if you give the incentive to the homeowner who goes out and gets the contractor. Now, if you don't like that, of course, you could change the bill and say, as currently drafted, a contractor would not could, but that they absolutely would be required to discount the homeowner's project. Am I missing something on that? And I yield back to Mr. Markey.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. Let me turn to counsel, if I could. Maybe you could help us. The gentleman from Georgia indicated that there is nothing in the bill that ensures that consumers will receive the value of the rebate. I think that he is mistaken. So if I could ask counsel, is the language in the bill there that will ensure the consumers get the rebate?
The language, in my opinion, is there, and that would be in Section 3, subsection C at page 9. There is spelled out several requirements that a contractor must agree to in an agreement with a rebate aggregator that it has to meet. And then on page 10 at paragraph 4, one of those requirements is that the contractor must agree to pass through to the owner of a home through a discount the full economic value of all rebates received under this act with respect to the home. Then in paragraph 5, it further stipulates that the contractor must agree to provide to the homeowner a notice of A, the amount of the rebate the contractor intends to apply for with respect to the eligible work under the act before a contract is executed between the contractor and a homeowner covering that work, and B, the means by which the rebate will be passed through as a discount to the homeowner. So that language was intended to do exactly what Mr. Gingrey is proposing, to assure that the homeowner gets the full economic value of the rebate directly, but also up front.
Okay, and I thank the counsel very much, and I would just urge...
Will the gentleman, or I'll address this to counsel. Counsel.
I continue to yield to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Markey. I appreciate the explanation, but think about this scenario. Certainly, the contractor could just simply inflate the price of the job by if it's a silver program by $3,000, if it's a gold program by $8,000. They could just simply give an estimate to the homeowner that makes sure that that rebate stays in the pocket of the contractor. And I know that most people are honest, but would you say answer this question for me? Is that possible that could happen?
The bill does not intend to set prices for contractors.
There's nothing in the bill that would prohibit a contractor from doing what I just described.
If a homeowner agreed to a contract that included a false and fraudulent statement of the rebate, that would...
No, Counsel, I'm not talking about a false statement of the rebate. I'm talking about the bid for the job, not necessarily even the cost of material, but the overhead, the professional fee, if you will, that the contractor charges.
This is intended to be a competitive program, and the notion is that many contractors would be competing to do this work. So I think the bill relies on competitive market forces to prevent certain contractors from exercising market power and charging more than the market would bear for the work.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, gentlemen, and I urge a no vote on this amendment.
We now will proceed to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Ms. Baldwin, you have an amendment?
I would seek recognition to engage in a colloquy on...
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wisconsin has a company, A.O. Smith Corporation, that has long been a leader in manufacturing high-quality and energy-efficient water heaters. Unfortunately, the language that was included in the subcommittee bill and the amendment in the nature of a substitute before us at this time puts this company at an unfair disadvantage vis-a-vis its competitors, and it fails to recognize that the most efficient technologies should command a higher rebate level. In the intervening time between the subcommittee markup and today's markup, there has been much discussion and a real effort to reach an agreement on language on the level of energy savings and efficiencies gained in differing product categories of water heaters. And we've worked on language that has attempted to provide parity and equity among manufacturers while not sacrificing domestic manufacturing jobs. ACEEE and the Homestar Technical Committee has recommended that we take this approach. That said, I know that we negotiated language that came around relatively quickly. It was supposed to be in the amendment in the nature of a substitute, but because all stakeholders have not had a chance to review its, and due to its highly complex and technical nature, I think a decision was made not to include this negotiated language in the amendment as in the nature of a substitute at this time. However, I do ask for a commitment that we continue to review this section of the bill and discuss with ACEEE and the Homestar Technical Committee the appropriate language, and that we do this before the bill comes to the floor for a vote so that we can include language that reflects a technology-neutral approach endorsed by these experts. I really think this issue can be resolved, that we can level the playing field for all manufacturers and ensure maximized energy efficiency savings from incentivized retrofits of water heaters. I look forward to working with my colleagues, in particular Ms. Capps and Mr. Ross have expressed sincere interest in this issue, and with the rest of the committee, and I would yield time to Ms. Capps at this moment.
I thank my colleague for yielding me time and for her leadership on this legislation and this issue, and I also thank the chairman, congratulate him for his assistance in moving the bill forward. I believe it's important and key to the top of my priorities, which are job creation and energy conservation. I appreciate the chairman's decision to advance the bill with the water heater rebate levels as adopted by the subcommittee. I also appreciate the chairman's decision to enable continued dialogue to ensure that the rebate levels are fair and the technology neutral. I do believe the committee should adopt the recommendations that have been endorsed by the Homestar Coalition's Technical Committee for water heater rebate levels for water heater technologies and efficiency levels. And again, as this bill moves forward, I pledge to work with my colleague from Wisconsin and others to ensure the committee's policies in this area are fair for all competitors in the market. I do rely on the expertise of the Homestar Coalition's Technical Committee to ensure we're legislating in an appropriate manner and that we're incentivizing consumers to move to newer and more efficient water heaters while stimulating job growth. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, my colleague, and I yield back my time.
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Yeah. Oh, I would be happy to yield to the gentleman.
I'm not certain if the provision you are looking at is the provision that I amended at subcommittee, but at subcommittee, the introduced bill did not cover tankless electric water heaters. And if you are looking at language that would return to that position, that is, not offer any encouragement for people to install tankless electric water heaters, I would have concern about that, and I would simply ask, I have no objection, obviously, to making sure we have technically fair treatment and it's balanced and it is the most efficient and appropriate. I simply would not want to see that category of water heater completely excluded. And as you go forward, if it in fact affects that issue, I would like to be included in the discussions.
I thank the gentleman, and you should be included in this discussion because we're trying to arrive at technology-neutral language that incentivizes the best energy efficiency. The company based in Wisconsin that I was referring to manufactures tankless propane or natural gas water heaters. You must have an interest in electric tankless heaters. I think that our goal is to be technology neutral in this bill, and I would love to include the gentleman in our discussions. We hope to arrive at language that can incentivize the best choices for consumers.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, yield to me. I certainly want to give you my commitment to work with you. It may be a tankless job, but we'll see what we'll see if we can.
What did you say?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
See if we can work out an amendment. I missed it. Any further amendments?
Look at these.
Mr. Burgess, you have an amendment at the desk. Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. This is a simple and non-controversial amendment that would strike sections 10 and 13 little e from the manager's amendment. This amendment would eliminate the public information campaign and the $12 million in funding for the program. This is tax day after all. Mr. and Mrs. America are writing out checks to fund the various things that we do to them during the course of the year, and here is a small chance to save a little bit of that money. Retailers, contractors, and manufacturers will be properly incentivized to do their own advertising to promote the Homestar program, and there's no valid reason for the Department of Energy to conduct a $12 million advertising campaign for this program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. Is there further discussion of the amendment? Mr. Welch, did you want to be recognized on this amendment?
I do.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. You know, the issue here is, will the public be aware of the opportunity that is out there for them to save some money? And we're going to be depending very significantly on the advertising of the retailers, the outreach of the contractors. They have an incentive since they are out of work and need work. The retailers want to sell their product, and they will be doing some significant amount of advertising. And that's to benefit the advancement of the program and the benefit to them. This bill, though, also does include 0.2% of the appropriation to allow for outreach by our state-based entities that can let the citizens know about this opportunity. And the question is, will that advertising be useful? In our experience, all of us have run campaigns where we've made a decision that advertising more or less does have some benefits. And this is significantly different than Cash for Caucus, Ms. Sutton's bill, where we could rely on the fact that we had not only an infrastructure of folks who wanted to sell the product, the car dealers and the manufacturers, but we had individuals who had great experience buying cars. That's what all of us have to do. Retrofit is new, and in fact this legislation is the first time this Congress will have embraced the notion that we can strengthen our energy future and our job creation potential by retrofitting homes, doing something as simple and straightforward as that. But that word's got to get out to the homeowners. They've got to find out that, in fact, Congress is capable of doing something that makes sense. And this advertising might help in that effort.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. This amendment kind of raises a very important question. You know, philosophers for generations have debated the question of whether or not a tree that falls in the middle of a forest with no one around actually makes a sound? Okay. Very difficult question. The question before us today is much simpler. If there is a program that no one knows about, will consumers be able to take advantage of it? And I think we know the answer to that. You have to have a way of letting people know that there is, in fact, a program that's out there that they can take advantage of. And this amendment would take out the funding that would ensure that there is proper public information about this very important program that we hope that we can put in place very quickly to be able to get the economic stimulation that all of us really want to help to accomplish. So I think the gentleman from Vermont is correct, and that this amendment really is something that should be not viewed with great favorability by the members of the committee.
Would the gentleman yield for an observation?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Vermont.
I yield back.
Well, why don't you yield to him?
Oh, I'm sorry. I yield. I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Yield to the gentleman from Florida first.
I yield to the gentleman from Florida.
Well, you have less than 2 minutes, so whoever you to speak up.
The point I'm making is I just asked staff, on Cash for Clunkers, the advertising wasn't in the bill, but it was advertised by the car dealers. And I think this is such a benefit to the home builders and to all the people that they're going to take it on themselves. So I think this is a good amendment, and I think we really don't have to worry about the tree falling and no one hearing about it, because as soon as the bill's passed, the homeowners will be told by the builders and all the other subsidiaries that this is a great deal, and the noise will go out far. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you yield to me for just an observation? The state of Texas, the comptroller's office, had a rebate program for getting people who wanted to cash in old appliances, and I don't remember the dollar amount, but within 2 hours that program was completely sold out, and the lines were swamped, and people were complaining because they couldn't get through. I don't think you have a problem in this environment with people understanding that their federal government is just simply spinning off dollars for any good work that we decide is out there. Home Depot will do this. You can do it. We can help. But I don't think we need to help them with another $12 million. This is information that the public will quickly disseminate amongst themselves, and there will be no difficulty getting the word out to the homeowner and to the consumer. And I'll yield back to the gentleman from.
I thank the gentleman, and I yield back the balance of my.
Gentleman from Vermont still opposes the amendment. Okay. Well, now.
If I do oppose the amendment, Mr. Chairman, I did yield, and I appreciate the concerns. And I'm a skeptic sometimes on advertising, but this is a new program, and individual homeowners don't have experience in this country retrofitting their homes. In the news that there is this upfront money, as Mr. Markey indicated, is going to make it possible for folks without discretionary income to do something that's going to save them money. So this advertising, I think, can help, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mr. McNerney?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to engage in a colloquy.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to support the Home Star, but I also wish to note the importance of making similar strides toward increasing the use of water-efficient products. Improving energy efficiency has become a focus of our national policymakers, and water efficiency is also critically important to the nation and to my home state and deserves congressional attention. In fact, water and energy use are closely linked. Our country uses vast energy resources to supply water for drinking, agricultural, industrial, and other purposes. This relationship was highlighted by a 2005 report prepared by the California Energy Commission, which demonstrated that in my home state, 19% of our electricity and 30% of our natural gas is used for water-related purposes. Providing consumers with information about water-efficient products and incentives for their purchase has significant potential to create jobs and save families on their utility bills. Information documented by the Environmental Protection Agency indicated that if 1% of American homes are retrofitted with water-efficient appliances in our country, we would save 100 million kilowatt hours of electricity per year. EPA currently administers WaterSense program, which provides information to help consumers identify water-efficient products. I ask for your commitment to continue working together to advance legislation that will give consumers clear, easy-to-access opportunities to purchase water-efficient products.
You will yield to me, Mr. McNerney. I thank you for the point you've made. Water resources can frequently become stretched in many regions of our country, and increasing the use of water-efficient products can offer benefits similar to the ones realized by improving energy efficiency. Making water-efficient products more readily available and affordable will save families on their utility bills. I look forward to working with you on this issue. I think it's an important one, and you have my commitment to continue to pursue it with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Any further amendments or discussion? If not, we will proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended, and after that we'll go to the final passage. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended will say aye. 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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The vote now comes on reporting the bill as amended, and I know Mr. Barton wants to have a roll call vote on final passage, so the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Waxman.
Before we begin the roll, the third bill, at the request of the author, will be pulled off the schedule for today because some members on the Republican side have said they need more information, and I think it's important to discuss it further. So this will be the last vote for the committee, and we'll conclude our committee markup. Waxman votes aye.
Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingell. Mr. Dingell, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone, aye. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Ms. Deguette. Ms. Deguette votes aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Harmon votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner votes aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Melanson, aye. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow votes aye. Mr. Hill. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Mrs. Christensen. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Space. Mr. Space, aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, aye. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, aye. Mr. Braley. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Barton.
No.
Mr. Barton, no. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall passes. Mr. Upton. Mr. Stearns. Mr. Stearns, no. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, no. Mr. Shattuck. Mr. Shattuck, no. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Boyer, no. Mr. Radonovich. Mr. Radonovich, no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, no. Ms. Bonomack. Ms. Bonomack, no. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, no. Mr. Rogers? Mrs. Myrick? Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Murphy, Pennsylvania? Mr. Murphy votes. Mr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, no. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Boucher votes aye. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush, aye. Not recorded, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Christensen votes aye.
Mr. Hall? The gentleman's not recorded.
He's recorded as voting pass. Mr. Hall votes no.
Have all members responded to the call of the roll? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will tally the vote. Ms. Myrick, you wish to be recorded?
Okay. Mrs. Myrick votes no.
Clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 30, the nays were 17.
30 ayes, 17 nays. The motion is agreed to and the bill is reported out of committee. That concludes our business today, and we stand adjourned.